Hello everybody. Well, welcome to the stream. Apologies for the late start, but I've been trying. I've been trying. And let me tell you something. I'm no closer to figuring out the puzzle than I was before. I've got nothing that I didn't have yesterday, if I can be honest. We can just launch right into this one because intro, outro, it doesn't matter. This is gonna be welcome to the puzzle cast, basically. And we'll see if we can, wrap up ALIZARIN proper. But yeah, so for those of you not in the know, can't be very many of you, we got a puzzle. A 5x5 grid of 3-sided squares with an inside and an outside. These are oriented such that wait a minute, I thought that these were vertically aligned. They might still be, yes. Follow that line. Wait a minute. No, these aren't even aligned. Okay. So initially I thought that this one was aligned halfway down, but it's not. This one's aligned, like, around here. That does seem to be proper grid alignment, but it's not clear. It might be off by 1 or 2 map units. So, I should point out, this was a reload after I just got the red key. Just in case you were curious. But yeah, basically the idea seems to be that there's some arrangement with interiors and exteriors of this little cuboid outpost. Cuboid Outpost is apparently a very popular Minecraft mod pack. I have not played it. In fact, I haven't played any Minecraft mod packs in 6 years. I really ought to fix that. Anyways, we've got this room, which is not visible from here, if that matters, whereas the entrance is visible from here. I'm trying to describe the rooms in as much detail as possible, but I'm recognizing just how easy it might be to fixate on extraneous details, such as the alignment of the entrance and the exit room. Behind this is a reward, one which we wish to acquire, because we will need it. However, irrespective of this, there are also these. These are wall textures similar to the wall textures in here, and in particular, they are similar to the wall textures on the interior of these rooms. By similarity, I don't just mean the same texture, because the same texture repeats across all 25 of the houses. There are, as far as I've been able to discern, no differences. However, these are the same length as this. The interior walls, to be clear. This had led me to make the tentative conclusion, or the tentative hypothesis, rather, that the puzzles involves the activation of these walls. However, it might not be the case that is so. If you touch in Doom a regular wall, you will make a noise. If you touch these walls, you will not make a noise. That indicates either that there is a switch somewhere outside of the map that is making a noise that is connected to this, and the distance is far enough away that it doesn't do anything, or it's a different kind of line def that lowers and raises. As far as I've been able to surmise, and I've walked into every individual room of these 25 rooms, they are all identical, visually. If one of these things is not like the others, and one of these things just does not belong, I haven't been able to spot it. Additionally, we have this information, right? We have a set of directions. Let's put it like that. We have got one on the left wall, one on the right wall, one on the upper wall, or one on the lower wall, southern wall, and one on the upper wall, or the northern wall, right? Now, this is complicated by the fact that this room has two western walls? Yes, 2 western walls and 2 eastern walls. But that aside, yeah, I don't know. You can attempt to reassemble the room, but it doesn't give you any clarifying information, right? Like, you can suspect that this represents a set of orders that you have to hit the wall in. My main problem with that, and I'm going to load puzzle time up again just because I haven't hit any walls here, is that it's not clear what you're supposed to do, or in what order you're supposed to do it in. And that has been the core difficulty that I've been having with this map. This is the last map in the map set, map 99, and it's the hardest one. I even checked in the development thread, and there is no post remaining describing its uploading into this map pack. It is a mystery. I am sure that what happened is that Cyanox delivered it to Grapes on Discord or something of the like, but it's a mystery. It is an enigma. These make noise. All four of these make noise. They're not attached to the wall. In fact, they're spaced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 map units away, as far as I can tell. I don't think that matters, except for the fact that you can kind of tell that they are only one-sided transparencies. I don't know why that would be important information, but it is there. I don't know that that would be important information. But when you're trying to think of the information that this might give you, it might be conveying something, right? Because if you id clip in OpenGL render mode, the backsides of things don't show up. So that would imply that this is like a, let's say, left side interior, like right here. Or a right side interior, or something like that. Additionally, we've managed to gather a little bit of information. I constructed a whole goddamn... Yeah, I constructed a whole goddamn conspiracy board, which I can now pull up, I'm sure. Let's see, image, please. Image file, if you would. I don't know where this is. Not in OBS Studio, though. I think it's in Documents, probably. Yep, there's redconsequences.png. And there it is. I didn't know that it was that small. But yeah, basically, you can decompose this room that we're in into a sort of T-junction, right? And the idea behind the T-junction, then, would be that you've got one on your left, then above that one on your right, then above that, this guy, you have to touch, like, these would be two adjacent houses, right? Then this is a third, and this would be a fourth. That's one way that you can decompose this. There are some solid questions, though. I've been trying to look into the combinatorics of this, right? So we've got a couple of theses, right? One of them is that this is aligned to the orientation of the doors in the 25 rooms, okay? And the idea behind that is that, well, we've got a door right here, and it's 2 blocks wide, but it's shaped kind of like that. Then we've got a door right here, and it's 1 block wide. Now, you might be telling me, okay, what are alternate interpretations? Maybe this is a set of instructions, and this is a set of instructions. I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is, maybe you're supposed to split it in half, but I don't see how that would change anything. So yeah, the most that I can think of is that this is some sort of uniform grid. We can also check the width of the grid is 4 map units wide. So if it's 4 map units wide, then that could give us 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 4 map units wide again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So that would line up roughly with a set of interior walls that you're just kind of touching. I don't know for sure if that would be the case, but assuming that that's right, it would be a slightly different set of combinations. You'd have to go into each one and carefully set up the right sort of thing, right? So, I mean, that would make my conspiracy drawing a little bit stranger than usual. Let's put it like that. I'd just like the viewer who left to know that I don't resent them for leaving. I understand. That would almost explain how you get to the situation that you've got here. The thing that I've noticed is that all these wall orientations, right? are arrayed such that... Oh, let's hide that image, eh? All these wall orientations are arrayed such that all four of them have sides. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, it's not immediately clear that it should be the case that there's any orientation that guarantees you that all these are walls you can touch. What I mean by that is that there is the mysterious fact that there's just this hole in the wall, and that means that these are all three complete sides, but there's four different orientations, and as far as I can tell, there's no orientation from which you can approach this such that you just don't have to touch an open wall, right? No matter how you approach this, it seems to be the case that you always have to touch an open wall. So this has been what I've been thinking about all day. And the only new thing that I've thought of is that this represents the four map spaces in between the walls. That would be a new set of parameters that I would have to touch, basically. It still doesn't help us, though, because it doesn't align us to any particular grid, right? This T-junction can fit in almost anywhere. And the only thing that would really constrain it, right, is the idea that there needs to be a house or something. But yeah, I don't know. Because in theory, this could tessellate, or it could be mirrored from where this is. And that means that there's a lot of combinations that we could try. Last night, we tried 6 different theses in a row, and each one kind of screwed up. So, from that perspective, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to start. We can try this, right? Then it would be this. Then it'd be this, I think. And then it'd be this, hypothetically, right? That doesn't quite add up, but I can try again, right? Yep. So, like, assuming this is an arbitrary 4-laner, right? We start here, we hit that one. Then we go up here, we hit this one. Okay? Next we go up here, hit this one. Then we go up here and hit that one. That has yet to open up this puzzle. Basically, every puzzle is a 2-step thing, as far as I can tell. Yeah. Yeah, as far as I can tell. So, naturally, there are some open questions. How can we constrain the grid? I don't know. I don't know. How do we orient? You know? How do we maneuver this? Like, if we assume these are like walls in between, right? We have a real bad situation, right? Where, yeah, I guess I can clear the maze. I really don't want to, though. That feels like it's going to come in very useful. Then again, I've got it saved, and I haven't made any progress. So hypothetically, we can clear this and not have problems, right? So, like, in theory, it would be something like here, no, here, then here, and a here, then here? Okay, so maybe I didn't get it right, you know? We got here, then here, then here, then here. Alright, right? That'd give us the same pattern. But that doesn't... Like, as you can tell, that's a very short chunk of map. So I don't know if the idea is that you tile that somehow, because I don't know that you can. Right? Because that's basically a tetramino. And that tetramino, I can't help but notice, doesn't really get you where you want to be, you know? Right? Like, that doesn't give you any ideas. I can try it, but again, there's no standouts that I can see. All these have grid roofs, the same grid roofs. At least I have hypothetically suspected that they all have the same grid roofs. And so, with an unbounded set of combinations, right? It's a lot for this 5x5 grid. Furthermore, if you assume that this is a prize room, then... If you assume that the prize room is itself representative of something, then that puts us in a stranger situation, right? That puts us in a much stranger situation. Okay. Yeah, and other than that, I don't know. I do know a few things. There are no walkover line deaths involved. Which is nice. But yeah, I've discovered a new possibility not contained in my original conspiracy diagram. The only problem is that just expands the combinatorial field without giving any real, like, distinction. And I'm pretty sure these were all the same texture. Like, we should be able to tell any minute differences from a bird's eye view on the floor. So there's nothing like that that gives us any particular situation, right? About the only other thing you could argue is that this necessarily implies something, but it's not even clear. Yeah, no. I'm kind of stumped on this one. I had asked for the phone a friend, but, you know, I don't know. Because I've noticed a new thing, but I still have a lot of open questions. Also, why the hell is... Well, that explains that. We got an answer to one puzzle. But yeah. So, like, assuming that you can take this at its word, right? Which is even unclear, because again, this one doesn't have a gap, right? If this one had a gap, you'd be able to say, ah, that's what that is. But I can't think of any particular angle that you could take where you'd be able to see all these things, right? Because you still have 4 walls, and one of them has got to be the orientation. I guess... in theory. No, not quite. The main thing is that these, even from the inside, these have to represent opposite walls. They can't represent the same wall. Maybe it's the first wall around. That's a Paul Simon reference. That's nothing. Call Me Al. If you don't know that song, that was gibberish. And given the fact that this is already fairly complex, I don't know whether I need to complicate it any further. However, yeah. Because I'm trying to shape rotate in my head, and it turns out that's a lot of cognitive load, right? So, like, I'm trying to hold the cubes in my head to imagine if there's any orientation of the grid from which you can see these, right? But they don't... Yeah, no. Even if you take the notion that these 4 gaps symbolize the distance between, these 2 walls, I cannot conceive, which is not the same thing as it not being the case, but I cannot conceive of an orientation from which the door gap doesn't cause an interruption. That might be my own deficiency, right? And again, even then, this doesn't tell us much. This doesn't tell us much. I mean, hypothetically, you could be intended to push on the outside of the line def as well. It's hard to tell, right? Like, I have ruled out the exterior, but I don't know if I'm very correct in doing so. In fact, it'd be very easy, on a technical level at least, to ensure that this, at this, do the same switch. The only other hint that I have is that Grapes solved this on accident, and that my conspiracy image shows promise. So, we tried the one guy approach. And the problem with one guy is you don't know which of the 25 guys there is. So you can do the same... You can do the sequence basically 50 times and get something. That's another thing. We don't know how long the sequence is. So even though it might seem infeasibly long, the last puzzle took me it took me 90 minutes when I knew the solution to actually do it. Psionox has said that this is probably his worst map ever. It could be the case that once you determine the solution, you just have to do it over and over again. The question is it really feasible, right? To then solve it accidentally. We also can rule out walkover line defs and any external hints from the puzzle room. So that has got me focused on the puzzle room. But yeah, I've invented a new grid parsing and it has immediately produced nothing. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong, just that there are a lot of unanswered questions, right? Is this like... Yeah, no. You could do like that, then like if you rotate it 90 degrees, then you get like that and that. If you have them to your back, that doesn't help, right? Because then you could be like, oh, it's to my left, then to my right, then you get over here and it's down here, and then it's up here and that one's fine, but that doesn't give you a goddamn thing. So yeah, this is a puzzle that is confusing. As far as I know, there are no tessellations of the cube that involve T-junctions, right? So it's like, you can arrange this in all kinds of ways, right? But as far as I know, you can't make tetramino, like, you can't tile the cube using just T-junctions. That's not physically possible. At least not five tetramino T's. Like, there's only two ways to orient the goddamn thing to fill everything, to create a space filling curve, right? So it's like, that's not it. If you arrange it this way, and you have kind of like an L Tetris shape, and I don't know how you draw a path out of that, right? Like, there's nothing here that I could use to draw a path. So, if you're supposed to stack them together, then I'm not sure what. And again, Grapes came up with a solution accidentally. So, that doesn't give me much to work on. That doesn't give me much to work on, no. And then... yeah. All the Doomwiki has is that Psyonix made map 99 of ALIZARIN, so I guarantee you there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I didn't know that Junk Food 3 was named after a Neil C. Sierra track. That makes me kind of want to play it. Does it have it? Does it have Wow Wow on it? I'm sorry, I'm getting distractible. I'm getting very distractible. But yeah, the main thing is I just don't know what to try anymore. There's also the question of how resets might affect our attempts, which is a grim portent. Like, you don't want that to be the case, right? But yeah, because yeah, in theory you would have to hit 5 houses under this schema, right? Let's take an arbitrary example. You hit 1 house, and you hit 2 house, 3 house, 4 house. 1 house per wall. Also, don't mind that. I'm just... OBS, please stop flickering. It's really distracting. It loves to do this with the SDA. I have no idea why. I really have to ask other DoomTubers if they have the same issue. Okay, anyways. Yeah, so like... I have not been able to fix the problem. That's great. OBS, knock it off. Thank you. Alright. So, like, if we have this, right, can we, like, tile that over and over again? And if we do, what are the, like, is that desirable, right? Like, we can do a set of L tetraminos, right? But what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, tetramino. I don't know that it means much, right? It's like, you could argue that it's about the most number of repetitions of this that you can muster. I don't think that's explicitly... I don't think that that's something that you can explicitly guarantee. Because as far as I know, it'd just be like this over and over again. And even now, I'm now suddenly having a really hard time deciphering my own stuff, right? So, like, at this point, we're just playing with goddamn shapes. Right? Then we've got a whole thing over here. If we're including or omitting rotations, then that becomes a nightmare, right? And again, I don't see what other theses we could have. Like, I'm suddenly fond of the force-space theses where we're counting the gaps in between, but that doesn't... There's no guarantee. There is no guarantee, right? Because I've been seeing it this way, right? They're cells of a wall, right? But it could be that the cells are everything around it, and this is the roads. Geez, I don't know. I don't know. Trust me, I don't mind chat participation in this scenario. But yeah. Grapes got it on accident, and I don't know what that means. So I guess we could just walk around, explore around, and just try to see things as they are. I don't know if the notion is that you have to cheat. Do you have to use cheat codes to beat this? That'd be pretty wacky, but also, like, within keeping. Because it's like, what if you have to id clip in here to look at these things? Right? I've used time acceleration. I've used the auto map to beat individual puzzles. What else could be necessary? I don't know. Right? And if there's not walkover line defs, then I can guarantee that it's not going to be so easy as... And not going to be so easy as just walking around. However, walkover line defs don't necessarily rule out the possibility of teleport triggers. It could be that you have to walk in between these streets in a certain order to get a certain result. There's also the notion that you might have to hit them instead. That's a possibility. There are shootable switches after all. It's not clear. Like, I've been thinking about the interact key, but it could just as easily be the strike key. Goodness knows you've got infinite punch, and you do use punch to awaken a lost soul in one of the other ones. So what is it that you do, right? Could be that one of these is like a false wall, right? And if you've got a false wall in one of them, then, like, that'll be one thing that you could do on accident, right? Walk into one of these houses and bang it up on accident, like misclick, and then open up a wall, right? Then that would give you like a position. So, yeah, I don't know. And as usual, the alizarin color palette will lead to eye strain. This time, because we don't have anything too crazy going on, like, I don't need to worry myself too much about things. I have kept the filter disabled, just because it's not about, like, just uncomfortable colors, right? It's about photosensitivity. I didn't want to make my viewership suffer with me, mind, but... Yeah, okay, so... If we've got false walls, then I don't see them. The puzzle can reset, according to Grapes. So that's one thing that, you know... Okay. I see no permanent changes. No reaction to any of my activities. And I can't even rule out the idea that they're shootable because they could reset. This is a lot more committed. This is more locked in than just like pushing a switch. Right? So it could still be that. Could still be that. I could always try and id-DT it, but I don't know that that would help even. I don't even know that id-DT would help. It's not clear that anything short of id-clip would help. And at that point, why are you even... Yeah, IDDQD, id-clip, id-DT. Just do it. Just do it. I mean, it's better than nothing, but you know. Okay. I don't know. I feel like I've systematically punched every single one of these for some sort of outcome, some sort of result, and I don't see what it could be, right? One alternative is that these are pushable, but you're supposed to punch them instead. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait, 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 wait. Hold on. Oh, okay, never mind. Well, no. Because these, you can hit, but you can't punch. These you can hit, but you can't punch. Right? You can interact with them, but you can't punch. These you can punch, but you can't interact with. Does that mean something? Anyways, Elliot Andet followed. Thank you for the follow, Elliot. Elliot NDT, perhaps? I don't know. Assuming that you are a real person, I welcome you in. You don't have to say anything. I just have like a chatbot that follows and unfollows. Like, it's always a new person and then they unfollow within the week. I'm sure it has something to do with spam bots, but I don't know what. I've been punching walls. Why is Defers punching the walls? And the answer is very simple. I'm punching the walls because I suddenly feel like there's a significance between the fact that you can do that to these, but you can't punch them. Right? And you can punch these, but you can't interact with them. What does that mean? What does that mean? Could signify some sort of inversion, but I don't think so. That's too much. That's too many variables. Like I said, the only thing that I can think, like, the only details that we can really extract from these are they're spaced off from the wall by 8 map units, such that there's, like, just about 4 pixels, like 4 map units in between them and this. And according to my calculations, well, is that right? Yeah, that might be right, right? This seems to be the same width as this, right? Is this the same width as that, right? So then the idea would be that, like, this space is like this space, and then these spaces represent the interior walls, which are facing you, and you can hit them, but you can't punch them. But these you can punch, but you can't hit. But what does that mean? Okay, so, like, we hit all 4 of those. Does something happen? And have I interpreted the order appropriately, right? Like, is this 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, because they're going towards the prize? Could it also be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, going away from it? And if so, what are the consequences of? I don't know what the consequences of are. One, then 2, then 3, then 4. There is an order, apparently. Grapes did mention that there is an order, because there is a reset. If there's an order and there's a reset, then there's something going on here. But how do you determine the order from this? These are identical pictures, right? So there's no information placed in that. The only place where there can be information placed is in their lengths, which are, as far as I can tell, identical. Alright. And wait a minute. If their lengths are identical, then does that thesis actually make any sense? Because they're not spaced appropriately, right? They're not spaced appropriately to maintain that, because this butts up right against this. This and this are separated by a gap. Now, everything indicates that there's goddamn room. There's room. So these could be made bigger if that gap were necessary, right? So maybe I read too much into the gap, right? Like, alternatively, yeah, you could put this as a wall inside again. You could have the cell, this is a room, and this is the room due north of that. And this is the room due north of that, do nothing here. This is the room left of that, and then the room right of that. We've tried that, and we still run into the same problem. Combinatorially, it's an explosion, right? And because there might be an order, we don't necessarily know, right? So we can clear that, and like, if we need it, I better check to make sure, right? Yeah, so we still have our precious map markers. But I don't know. There are too many unknowns to control, and it seems like the only solution is to kind of brute force it, but if there's an order or a sequence, that could just be hours of me hitting walls in some semi-serious fashion, like some semi-rigorous form, which is not the worst thing it's not the worst thing I've had to do for Doom. I'll tell you that for free. Right, we got here, and we've got here, skip this one, here, then here. And then there's there's a whole problem with the punching, right? The whole problem with the punching is that on top of everything else, you can punch these, right? So you can punch them, but what does that mean? Evidence for punching. Grapes was, and I quote, surprised, or did it by accident. Did it by accident. Right, that didn't do anything. I'm not surprised it didn't do anything. Okay, so we can imagine these being truncated somehow. Is there a gap between them? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like where this one ends. Yeah, this one begins, right? Like, they begin at the same spot. So there's no truncation to be accounted for there. And naturally, there are, of course, the more insane fears. Would I have any way of knowing if it was bugged? No, I don't think I would, right? Nothing has changed yet. Right, and the consequences of. What are we looking at? Okay, well, Google is garbage these days, but it doesn't seem to be any, there doesn't seem to be any external references that read in the consequences of as a name would indicate. Other notable things about this room. It's the only exterior room that we see in the whole thing, right? It's the only exterior room that we see in the whole thing. Does that matter? I don't think that it does. But it's information. It's the only room that has a different floor than anything else. Right? Up until these tunnels, but there are reasons to believe that these tunnels are something that you grab later. The reward that you get from solving this puzzle is a pile of night vision goggles. The one that you get from this is a pile of armor and the pile that you get from this is a pile of orbs. We haven't unlocked any of them yet, but what I think that they have to do is somehow they have to do with the center map, right? So like my working hypothesis is that you would do like right up, right? So you would go in through the right and then exit from above, and that would open this. Then you'd do right left. So you would enter from the right and then get out at the left, and that would open that. Then you would do left up, and you would enter from the left and exit from the top, and that would get you that. I don't know if that's true. That's the only thing that I can think of, right? We could test that hypothesis. It'd be a bit of a break from this room. Might as well, right? To hell with it. We have a load. I'm doing it again, aren't I? Why can't I leave? Because I'm in the opposite side of the wall. Okay, good. The only gap is here, right? The only gap in the walls is here. The only gap in the walls is there. I don't know if that means anything, right? Alright. So I'm assuming that these are read right to left. There's no guarantee, or left to right, rather. And actually, there's no guarantee that this is such. Because these are oriented... These are oriented in weird ways, right? My brain wants to read this, so like, you enter from the right and go to the left, right? And then my brain wants to read this as you enter from above and exit from the right. Okay. And my brain wants to read this as you enter from the left and leave at the top. The problem there is that these are all oriented differently. If we orient this, like if we rotate this in our heads, then this one has a down arrow. So that doesn't work, right? You could see them as clock things, right? But even there, like, yeah, let's say that you assume that there's some sort of clock. That makes this one upright, right? And then this one right, left. And then this one... Yeah, see, that doesn't work. Right? Okay. Well, in we go. Okay. There is the implication, too, that you have to leave, that you have to go in from one to the other, right? So, like, that would be up. We entered from the up, and then we have to leave at the right. Not impossible, but a real goddamn inconvenience. That's another possibility, right? So since we did that, let's start there, right? Upright. Okay. Let's start with upright. It would make sense that you have to leave these other arrows are red herrings. They're not the right shape, right? So just ignore them. They're red herrings. Don't believe their lies. Okay, so that was upright, right? Now we just avoid assiduously all the difficulties, right? And just examine whether that follows. It's not perfectly clear, but it could be the case, right? Jesus Christ, no, we're in the pain train. God damn it. Oh God. Alright, well. Bit of a time loss. But yeah. We gotta go up and right. We gotta start there, I think. That one might be the fastest one. Let's start there, right? Go in by up, go out by right. Simple as, easy as. Easy as unless you can't leave. We'll find out. I wish we wouldn't, but we'll find out. And then, of course, there's reading it from this perspective, right? Which is down... Yeah, down right doesn't exist. There's no down right. Okay. I think this is a red herring. What is this now? Alright, cool. Oh, okay, I see. Cool. Thanks, Automap. No, it's alright to erase some parts of yourself. I don't need that functionality right now. God damn it. Alright. God damn it. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Up and then right, right? Up and right. Let's see if we can get that. That'd be something. That'd be something, you know? This time, let's try not to get toasted, hmm? up and then right. Okay. I don't know if that did it, and we won't know until much later. And by much later, I mean, like, right around now, but not quite right now, because you gotta, yeah. It's a whole process. It's a whole procedure. And I'm zooming in here. I'm keeping my eye on the prize here, because the alternative is to get completely bodied. Alright? The alternative is to get completely bodied. So, yeah. I lost soul. Okay, cool. That didn't do it. So, up and right does not seem to be a valid one. There's just one problem. I don't know if you notice it, but there's no down arrow. There is no down arrow. So if there is no down arrow, then it could be left then up, right? Invert it. Left then up is a valid set of positions if you're reading from inside the room. Left then up is a valid set of positions if you're reading inside the room. How about here? That produces a down, so that's not what it is. Yeah, so I don't know. Could be two implications. Start from up, exit from right, which I can do. Or start from... yeah. Start from right, exit from left. Those would be my guesses, right? I don't see a down. This thing's giving me the agita. That lost soul, that little lost soul bastard, right? Okay. So, our next attempt is going to be up. Start at the inside, go up, and then leave. Leaves instead of. They call it the House of Leaves, because when you know what the house of, you leaves. Okay. We're in here again, right? Here's our guys. And we have to survive. So, next attempt. Go in from up. Go out from right. Okay, I can do that. Okay, go in from up, go out from right. I don't know if that'll do it. That's another way to parse it. It seems way too straightforward to be that. But we're just going by sheer process of elimination, right? There's only so many things you can do except process of elimination in a map like this. Shush you. God damn it. It's a two-part puzzle. Okay. So, well, there's the alternative, which is that it's right then up. Okay. So we'll explore both of those. Because there's right then up going from the outside to outside, and then there's right then up from inside to outside. That's assuming that there's no weird inversion stuff, which we don't know. Alternatively, it could be that there's no line defs at all here, and it's just line defs on the inside. And so you have to, like, cross the line defs a certain way. It's a possibility. I hate thinking about it, but it's a possibility. There's a lot of combinations to explore, I said despairingly. There's a lot of combinations to explore. Right? And like I said once upon a time, there's the alternative where you trace your path through these things. And then, like, you correspond one to another to another. I don't know if that's a possibility, right? But yeah. I guess we start right then up, right? Because we're already here. Alright. Yeah, because... wait a minute. Huh? Huh? No, I saw that. Why did I see that, though? Okay. We're doing right. And okay. Okay, cool, yeah, sure, that's fine. Is there a time? Mm-hmm. Never mind everything else that I said. This is now a priority, right? Okay. Hey, wait. Why'd you go away? Why'd you stay? Okay. It's staying. Why is it staying? Are you staying gone? Staying gone. Okay, and if I go through here, will you go away? It goes away after a while. If I go back here... Okay, brother, what do you mean? Because it could be order independent, right? It's just these are selectors. The path that you take affects this somehow, but you have to take it. But you... okay. Because we've got right, and then you cross through here, right? And then you've got this, right? And it stays. It stays is the thing. If I don't go back over it, it stays, right? But I can't use the map to tell which is on. So if I want to do that, then I have to go back over here and see if it's on over there. Oh, thanks. No, that's sick. I love that. I love that for me. Just, okay. Just a little jab. Just a little... It's not a full cross. It's not a full haymaker. You know they can hit you way harder than they hit you. But just a little jab. Just a little... Something to make you suck in your gut. Deedopian Sky says, how's life in the red? Losing it a little bit. I still haven't figured out anything about the house puzzle. And now I'm doing this. And this is driving me up a wall. Because there's something here. That's the way that I would describe it. There's something here. These little things light up. And I can only interpret these as selectors right now, because that's where I am mentally, right? These are, for reasons beyond my understanding, selectors. And if you can select the right ones in the right order, everything comes out Millhouse. The problem is, I don't know how to do that. It seems like you can only select one at a time. And it seems like if you walk across it, it'll turn off, right? And now this one's off, and now this one's off. Right? But if you want to turn on more than one at a time, okay, so like we've got all three off, but I need to have two on. So I could do like this, and then like this, and then those two are, I mean, I can't tell, right? This is not Bethesda. This is not a Bethesda game. I don't have spectator mode, so I can't go over there. I feel like Grapes would have told me if it was a multiplayer map. Secret multiplayer map. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's just not 2-player spawns for this one. Deet says, DSDA has chase cam. Don't know how far I can go from player, though. You know what? I've already compressed time. I've already used the auto map. Why not? Chase cam would be fun. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. This one's on, and that one's on. We should be able to leave and see if that... Well, I don't know. If the answer's so easy... That can't be right, can it? Okay. Now the only other possibility is that the door that you go out of will affect things. I can't believe that it was so easy as that, but I mean, hell, who else would have thought of that? So it's like you have a timed sequence of events, and okay. I don't even want to be near here. I want to see if there's some other way to connect these two. Maybe through here? Please let that... Nope, dead end. Okay. I think I have no choice but to pass by here. Alright, pray for me. Pray for me. I can't even see it. I can't tell. I can't tell if that was enough to ruin everything. I won't know. Okay, well that sucks for me. Alright. We won't know. God damn it, we won't know. Yeah, we should, God, this is painful to look at. Spy is F12. I don't know what spy is. Okay, auto map, game speed, demos, misc, menus, message, cheats. Oh, you could... Okay. Freeze, huh? Raven movement. Okay, well that doesn't help. Hexen inventory. DSDA Doom keys. I don't see chase cam here. But that doesn't mean that it isn't there. It could be F12. Build mode, huh? Okay. Forward, backwards. Okay, yeah, sure. Build mode. Yeah, I don't... I don't know. It might be the spy key. Let's see. I've hit F12. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Well... Alright. Still nothing. Still nothing. The lack of feedback is strong. I don't know. I just don't know. Because now it's like, well, what do I do? Well, we came in through this way. Okay, well, we're going this way now. I wouldn't be surprised if you have to exploit the teleport somehow, but I don't know how. Because there are a few teleport, I would even say kind of pitfalls in this map. But, yeah. Okay, so at some point this turned off. At some point this turned off. I don't know when, I don't know how. So this one's off. Are any of them on? Are any of them on? Are you on? You're still on. You're still on. Okay, that makes it worse. You are, in point of fact, still on. So it wasn't that easy. Wait. But if you're still on, why? Why are you still on? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what it means. I gotta BRB. I gotta BRB. Because I've tried just going in one direction and then out the other. That didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange scenario. I'm gonna see what the chase cam on DSDA is like. Chase cam, okay. Apparently DSDA has it, but still nothing, huh? Okay. No information there. Opium Sky says, I've seen people use it, but I don't know how. I've been looking through the GitHub specs to no avail. Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen Decino use it, I want to say. Key bindings, let's see. It's not going to be any of these. Toggles. Auto run, free look. Vert mouse. None. Okay, so that's not going to be that. Pause is pause. Auto map is that. Volume, HUD, messages, gamma fix. Spy is F12. Okay. Level table, end game, and quit. Okay, none of that. Weapons. Auto map. Follow doesn't even work, so who can say? End level, camera mode, join, restart demo attempt. Next level, previous level, show live monsters from there. Okay. Messages, cheats. Show position, remeal map, reset health, tome of power, chicken, no target, freeze. Movement, it's not going to be any of those. Store quick keyframe, restore quick keyframe, rewind. Then there's cycle input profile, cycle palette, open console, and fake arch file jump. Music, cheat code entry, render stats, FPS, script keys, build mode. So build mode, I'm going to assume it means like building a demo. That's for tool assisted stuff. So it's probably not there. Yeah, so the closest thing that I can see is Spy, F12. Well, so far, so nothing. Yeah, F12 ain't doing anything. I'm slamming that sucker down. That doesn't do anything. That's better. Okay, well. So this one's on. If I leave the maze out of another exit, will it stay off? I don't know. Off to a new adventure, I guess. I guess we could try idclip. It's not ideal. I mean, chase cam is certainly not a standard feature, nor is time compression. At some point you gotta acknowledge the possibility that, you know. You're not playing strictly with a vanilla feature set at that point any longer. Okay. Well, this to leave out of the top, maybe. I don't know. Could also be something that got broken in one of the DSDA, you know. Oh, Utopian Sky says, it may only work while recording a demo. Ingramat was using it while reviewing task stuff now that I think about it. That's not going to be very helpful to me. Utopian Sky says, might be. Not your fault. Not at all. Most maps aren't quite at the knife's edge of the features as this is. So I guess we could use idclip, yeah. It'd be nice to get the puzzles 100% legit, but given the combinatorics at play here, I don't know that I love my odds. This hasn't changed anything, has it? Nope. No, it hasn't. My honest guess is that you need the NVGs, you need this, and you need that. Because, yeah, I don't know. I've tried two of the most obvious things. Which is just doing right and up. Alright. Which is starting here, going out of here, and then checking. That didn't do anything. And I'm not too surprised, if I can be honest. I can try again just to make sure, but I'm fairly certain I did that. Like, yeah, I did that because that's when I got mulched and I had a massive time loss. Right? So then there's the idea of trying to hold both of them at once. But so far that hasn't worked out. Because we don't have chase cam, we can't tell if the... God, you know what would be really funny? If we could use Guncaster's destructible environment code. Just slam straight through these walls. But I think those only work on door-line defs. Sadly. Okay. That's on. That's off. So if you backtrack, you can keep them off, it looks like. One possibility is you go through one and you exit the other, but I'm fairly sure that I did that and it didn't help. Like, that's on. What does that mean? I'm not sure what it means, actually. Alright, well. Come on, you bastard. Come on. Huh? Be very, very careful here. See, the problem is that I can't use chase cam. Okay, then we have to go this way, I think. Okay. We went through here. We went through that door. There's always the possibility of line def skips being essential to it. That seems a little excessive. But, I mean, you know. Still nothing. So it's not that easy. Zip it. Zip it, Lost Soul. Zip it. I don't know. Utopian Sky says, okay, I got it. It's on path 0. Not on mine, apparently. Yeah, not on mine. What did I do? We're looking for pad 0, huh? Demos, camera mode, pad 0. Okay. So demos. So I guess, yeah. Yeah, there's just nothing there, huh? The Utopian Sky says probably only works for demo playbacks then. Yeah, it looks like it. I don't think you can start a demo from a save. So, yeah. Hoo-wee. It's tough, alright. I can only guess that you're supposed to... Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Chase cam doesn't work. Id clip seems to be the only solution. I guess we'll try it. Not like I'm getting anywhere so far, so... Alright, we're here. Are any of these actually on? No, they're not. Okay. Fine. Got it. Okay. So, let's say we do this. Then we do this. These two are on, but that one goes off. So only one of these stays on, right? Let's say that we went through here, right? And then just shot out, I don't know, on top, like right here. Don't mind that. What? No, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist for me. That... Okay, let's, If we go up through here, then we id clip through these walls, through these halls. This doesn't change, and neither does this. So one of these is selected at a time. Oh, good God. Alright. You can't seem to have two selected at a time, can you? Because if we id clip, alright, we go up through here, this one will turn on, then we id clip. Okay, these two are on, alright. So let's assume that I did that. And we just shoot through here. Don't mind what that... I don't know what that was. Even that's not enough, though. Okay. Okay. So, that's not the solution to the puzzle. Cool. Alright, we'll go back to here before I had to use it clip. So... Well, isn't that something? We know a lot more than we did before, kind of. We know that these arrows have nothing to do with this. So it's not clear what they have anything to do with at all. The only person that I know in my chat who's actually beaten this map is Grapes. Have you beaten it, Dedopian Sky? Dedopian Sky says, no, but I have peeked behind the curtain to a spoilerist extent. I see. Huh. Well, we know that if we had DT... Hey, it'd be nice if this overlay worked more often. I'm actually... What? Why didn't this work this way before? Cool. Those are bright red lines, which implies that they're walls, but they're not walls, they're switches. Okay. Strange. So yeah, here's the here's the 9 Grorbs thing that we saw. Which, yeah, sure. That makes sense. Then a bunch of teleport line deaths and weird things. A lot of teleport line deaths and weird things. Yeah, I've got, like, looking at this, I've got nothing. That made everything less clear, not more clear. Now, to be fair, some of that is because of whatever's going on with the maze construction here. Tetramino likes. But yeah, this is the place with the thing. And then there's the little half line defs, and then there's whatever's going on here. There's line defs at the end of these mazes, which I could have told you myself. And then a bunch of stuff that I don't understand. Cool. So yeah, ADT doesn't really help us much. Doesn't show us anything we don't already know. So, yeah. I'll just turn that off. Though it would have been real nice to just see the goddamn line defs. I guess they're black for a reason, though. But yeah, turns out I can't parse this maze. I don't know what to do anymore. I guess we can fill out the... yeah, fill out the maze. But if even the lights on their own, like... if id clipping so that the lights are on their own, if that doesn't solve the puzzle... there's whatever this is doing to me, which is fine, I guess. Okay, well. More questions than answers, I guess. We're just looping around trying to find anything new. But yeah, if even idclip and iddt aren't enough to solve these puzzles, I am kind of at a loss for words. You got any hints, Dedopian Sky? I don't know at this point. Because I'm just flummoxed. Not even crashing out, just dead confused. It's a tough map. No information, licit or illicit, that I have seen has provided me with the powers. Utopian Sky says, I've mainly looked at the house one and seeing the solution puts in a position of not being able to figure out why it is what it is from the information available to the player. Okay. I arrived at that conclusion, more or less. I think that's by design, I hate to say it. It seems if the maze is anything to go by, you know, not this maze, but the red key maze that we did last night, you are intended to spend some amount of time brute forcing a solution. The only thing is, the Utopian Sky says, I want to tell myself I get it, but I'm doubting myself. I'm not too surprised. Like I said, I had this intuition where it's like, maybe it has to do with the width of the outsides instead of the inside. Like, I still hold by my interior walls theory, right? But maybe it has to do, instead of each one being connected to like a specific cell, it's connected to the views of the interior walls from the streets outside, assuming that you had X-ray, if that makes any sense. And that was one theory that I went with, but the problem is that that actually increases the number of combinations you have to go through, because it doesn't give you any spacing about why things are placed the way that they are. And again, that could be the case, where it's just like, no, you have to have a strong thesis, and then you just have to iterate on it 500 times. The Utopian Sky says, do you want an actual response that may be a hint? I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at this point. I've done my time. I thought that I was gonna be cute and look up a walkthrough, but there is no walkthrough, and perhaps there never will be. The Utopian Sky says, I think the orientation of the hint walls reflect the inner walls of the houses. I think so too. I actually think so as well. The main thing that doesn't make any sense to me, right, is that there's the interior wall that has the doorway, right? So that's, well, it's not that it doesn't make any sense to me. I just assume that either side of the door goes to the same switch. Or is the same switch substantially, but obviously I can't know. The Utopian Sky says that is correct. So that's one thing. That's one thing that I surmised properly, but then from there to everything else, I just don't know. Because, yeah, we've been going on 2 inner wall hypotheses. Once you notice that they're inner walls, the next question becomes, well, which inner walls of the 25 houses? And in which orientation? And the only thing that I can think of is that they're oriented such that it reflects the map geometry, but I plumb couldn't tell you. What I'm guessing is that it is a random cluster of houses in there. But yeah. That also doesn't tell us anything about the order you're supposed to open them in. But yeah, we did arrive at something like that conclusion. Now let's go back to the houses. Oh, no. Oh, this is hard, so hard to parse. It's like in cartoons. Like when someone's bumping through pipes, bump, 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 before getting spit out somewhere. That's what it feels like. Alright. So anyways, it's around here somewhere. There it is. Alright. Back to the houses. So there's two ways to consider it. There is this one, this one, this one, and this one. Right? So you could think of it as being like, this is the left inner wall of one house, then the right inner wall of another house, then the doorway inner wall of a third house, and then the bottom inner wall of a fourth house. Or rather, I think I switched it up. Yeah, so this is left, right, then here bottom, then here top, which would be doorway. Alternatively, you could imagine that you're in the street, and then this is the right inner wall of one house, this is the left inner wall of another, this is the front inner wall of another, and then the bottom inner wall of another. And that would be like... The problem there is, right, that doesn't give you necessarily much to go off of, right? So it'd be something like, let's just choose arbitrarily, right? You grab this, okay, and that is... No, that wouldn't work. It'd be something like, you grab this. Let's wait a minute and do it again just for good sake. Then you go here and do this. Then you would go over here and do this. Then you'd go over here and do this. Like, just arbitrary. Right? My only problem with that is, I mean, I have many problems with that, actually. Because it's like, yeah, at that point you're using the street measures, but the street measures only line up horizontally, not vertically. Which means that everything becomes suspect. Right? So it'd be that sequence. That's one sequence that I can derive, and I can't place it. I can't derive any information about where to place it on this grid based on that, you know? Like, this itself is a square, this is not a square, this is a T. And if we think about it as a street, then we just go like left, then right, then up, then that. But then you can put that anywhere, right? It's like left, right, up, that. Yeah, like that's a tetramino. That could be anywhere from like here. It could be like here, here, here. Right? And again, I don't know if there's an order. If there is an order, that makes things even more complicated. Could be here, 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 here. Or it could be here, 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 here. The Utopian Sky says there is an order. There is an order. Is it any of the houses? I've been assuming that it's specific houses. But what if it's just the set of all possible houses that fit this combination? Because if there is an order, then I have been beefing it. Front to back, back to front. Like, that is a huge combinatorial explosion. This is... The Utopian Sky says, any incorrect wall resets the puzzle. The solution has to be entered in sequence. Any incorrect wall resets the puzzle. It corresponds to the interior, the inner walls of the houses, which I agree with. There is an order. And yeah, I guess the only real remaining question is it a specific set of houses, or is it a general pattern repeating across multiple houses? Because you could do like... You could do like down, up, right, left. Nothing's changed. What a mystery this one is. So we've got 4 interior walls across multiple houses. That means that we have 100 sides in total. Of those 100 sides, we have to press a sequence of four walls in order. If we went yeah, that's what I thought. If we went just completely arbitrarily, then we have like 1/100, 1 times 10 to the negative 8th chance of getting it right instantly. So 1 in 10 million chance if you just chose an arbitrary correlation of walls. We know that the correlation of walls isn't arbitrary. So my fear is that because of the way that this map is set up, that it is legitimately just, it'll take you 256 tries, assuming that you get the sequence correctly and then note that it is wrong every single time, but you will get it eventually. That is what I'm afraid of. Because obviously, what this is showcasing is that the selections correspond to each other in a spatial way. But it doesn't give you any insight as to the sequence. There's nothing there. There are no numbers on this one. Right? Yeah, no. Absolutely no extra information. And then, yeah, that's the whole thing. The Utopian Sky says, okay, what's a possible order of wall orientations from your perspective? Well, let me give you an example. Like, we've got house 1 right wall, then above it, house, then a house. Okay, so like, imagine an alleyway, right? We've got one possible orientation is like this wall, then this wall, then this wall, and lastly, this wall. That's one possible set of orientations. The other possible set of orientations is covered in my conspiracy Pepe Sylvia diagram, which I drew last night. I've helpfully loaded it up. We've got 5 different theses, any one of which could be correct, and even mirroring them and rotating them, we have reduced the possibility space down to a mere manageable 10,000 distinct tries. Right? So, I have just shown you the only new addition over these theses that I can comprehend, which is the Ali thesis. So it would be like... So yeah, let me draw it out on my map for you, what I think a possible one would be. The only one that I haven't drawn yet would be like this. Then... Oh, God damn it, the only way... Yeah. Then this. Then this. And this. This is one possible set of... Oh, Jesus Christ. The European Sky says we're still on the diagram. Yeah. Yeah, no, sorry about that. Alright. So this is the only new set of possibilities that I've constructed since then. Right? And the idea here is just that this right here, this is actually 4 spaces long on the grid. And come on. Yeah. This happens to be 4 spaces long on this grid. So if you just assume that they correspond to the interior walls, the gap between them is 4, so that describes a street. There's only one problem. The problem is that there's not the gaps. There's not the 4 space gaps that would be here. Right? There's a serious compression of space. And because there's a serious compression of space, it could be the case that this one square gap, right, represents, like... Because if no squares represents a house up, the one square could represent the many house. But if that's the case, then we're screwed on this, you know what I'm saying? So that's one possibility. Another possibility, right, is we clear this. You start from the internals, right? So we've got this. Alright, here we go again. Then this. Then you skip one. Do this. And then do this, right? So that's 2 fundamental theses. Now, from my perspective, there are a set of orientations. You start top to bottom, which is 1, 2, then 3, 4. But then there, of course, could be 1, 2, 3, 4. There could be the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. And that alone gives you 8 different options per. So then you just tessellate it across the grid, and you've got, I want to say, like if each one of these positions is 8, right? Then you end up with 3, 6, you end up with 6, right? And then if you flip them, you get 12. So then, 12 different options. Right? Well, 12 different options times 8 would be 96. So if this is correct, you have 96 different random arbitrary positions to try, which is a lot. That's a lot. But that's not impossible, especially not compared to the 90 minutes that I spent traversing a maze, which I understood implicitly. Right? So like that's within grasp. If you like 0, 1 every minute, you will be done in an hour and a half. So that's a possibility, right? Where it's just like brute force it. So there's 96, right? And then there's the street diagram instead, which is, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So like 4 there. Eight there. $12 there. Right? 12 there with, what would that be? Like 16 possible combinations? Yeah, so like, we have taken down the possibility space from 10 million. Like, yeah, from 1 in 10 million being correct, having a 1 in 10 million chance, to only having like a 1 in 512 chance, which would take four-ish hours. That's within the realm of being the intended answer, right? That's the part that freaks me out. Because there's nothing on the floor that's any different, or on the ceiling. There are no gaps, there are no dots, there's nothing as easy as the lost soul hurting. So, it could be as easy as the Tetramino, or it could be as easy as the T-junction, and it could be just as hard as you have to brute force it. But that depends on me describing the right shape in either instance. A thing which is not clear. But I can't think of many more shapes than the ones that I've done there, right? And it's like, even if I'm right and it's one of these theses, right? Like, I mean, yeah, if it's all one room in this grid, then that would be something, right? So it's like, those ones already cause a problem, because basically there's like 16 different combinations, the way that I see it. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 2, 4. 1, 4, 3, 2. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I don't remember the combinatorics on this off the top of my head, and I can't keep a mental track this long. So, but yeah, if we've got a sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, then when we swap the there's 3 other positions, I think. Yeah. So the other positions are fixed. And then, yeah, that would be 4 by 3 is 12. Because I don't think there's... Oh, there's 1, 2, 4, 3. So, no. Yeah, it looks like it would be a solid 16. Just swap the other places, right? 1, 3, 2, 4... 1, 4, 3, 2, 2, 4, 3, yeah, something like that. I don't know. If my maths are correct, which they might be, we're looking at 16 different combinations, brute forced. So as long as you have, let's say, yeah, you've got 16 different combinations. Then you've got 16 times, like, 12 different positions. 16 times 12 different positions. So, now let's pull up calculator. Let's see what we've got. Microsoft Edge, I have not asked for your appearance. What in God's name? Get out of here. So, 192 times 2 is going to be equal to 384 possible combinations. That's enough combinations to take several hours, but few enough combinations that it's feasible that you're just supposed to brute force it. Like, the information may very well be incomplete. Some amount of brute force might be expected. It's hard to say. After all, think about the Lost Soul puzzle. The Lost Soul puzzle was by far the easiest one, but it was also the one with the randomness of the little Lost Soul just going where it shouldn't. And even with time compression, it ended up taking like a half hour, I believe. Well, no. It took a half hour of compressed time. It took a half hour in the hyperbolic time chamber. By regular time, it took a couple minutes. Then there's a similar situation with the maze, where it took 90 minutes. And again, I should have used time compression there as well. But again, that's all contingent on, you know, getting there in good time. And then there's this one, right? Where it's like, the limiting factor isn't speed, it's precision. It's confirming your button hits. Which, since you're not on the... If you're on the map, you don't have visual confirmation that you hit the button, and you don't have audio feedback. So it could be you're just supposed to go through all 384 potential combinations out of each thesis, and then just work your way through it. But, then again, you haven't told me if either of those sequences is accurate. So since they're not, if they're not, then I'm completely flummoxed. If we're not, then I'm completely flummoxed. The Utopian Sky says, I'm still trying to put together how the hint relates to the solution if the solution I'm looking at isn't a red herring, which I don't think it is. That would be that would be impressive. I wouldn't put it past Psyonox. I wouldn't put it past Psyonox. Welcome to the Puzzle Cast. Because it's like, I think we're correct. I think we're in agreement that the exterior walls are bad. So it relates to interior walls, but you don't know how. I've shown you two patterns. I think I can put them both on at the same time. This is one. And we could separate it into another one. All right, we've got enough room to have a little scratch pad here. Here's another. Right? So those are two possibilities that I've surmised. Another possibility, besides these three shapes, or these two shapes rather, the T-junction and the Tetris junction, is a variation on the Tetris junction where they are spaced more like this. Where it's this, then this, then at some point we could switch it up. Could be this, then this, right? There could be a gap. So that's another one. That one has the advantages of being 4 long. The Ethiopian Sky says, do you want to know how many are correct as a hint? Potentially. One thing that I will warn you is that I'm just placing them arbitrarily right now. So, I don't know, like, if they're correct inside of the grid, because I don't know if it's like every house has the same thing, right? Then it's just by accident, because I have no idea how to correspond this to this. So we're just placing them arbitrarily, right? But that aside, I'll be willing to take whatever you've got. The Ethiopian Sky says you've accidentally got one correct. One correct. Interesting. One is not the answer that I was expecting to hear, right? Because there's a few ways that I could take that, right? One of the ways that I could take that is that it's not a Tetris junction, it's not a T junction, and it's not this extended Tetris either. And if that's the case, then I don't know. Because this isn't... We got a space here, no space here, space here. Then 4 spaces here. Got 1 space here, no space here, so like 1, 2, 3, 4. What in the goddamn... Okay. Another possibility is that you have to stretch them, right? To fit. That would be really weird. But then we've got one of them in the middle, right? Yeah. So if I had to guess, if that's a possibility, right? Then the one that I would have gotten correct would be this one. Did I get that one correct? Is that the one that I got correct? Back wall, but yeah? Okay. Wrong wall. Huh. Oh, wait, no, you're right? Okay. Okay, wait, I'm right. Okay. So if that's the case... Ethiopian Sky says, I was looking at it wrong, my B. No, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. With a little bit of a hint, I might have something here. Because in that case, my guess becomes... something more like this, maybe. The Ethiopian Sky says, I'm hoping you can explain this to me when we're done. So, what I'm doing now is, I'm just taking the T-junction. Huh. The Ethiopian Sky says, correct house, wrong wall. Interesting. Which house is that I got correct? The middle one? well, yeah, I guess of these three remaining for your second map spot. Interesting. Correct house, wrong wall. Okay. So my initial hypothesis, right, was the T-junction represents a conformal space in the grid, right? But what if instead of that, what it actually represents is a full map of the 5x5? Then in that case, you would have to stretch this set of points over this to get an approximation. Now, obviously, it doesn't quite work out the way you'd want it to, right? So, like, these are really close. Then you've got this one. So, I'm concerned that I'm correct. But with that being the case, it could be, right, that it would then be, yes, let's have some self-confidence. It would be this one, right house, wrong wall, huh? Then this one instead, right? And then it would be would that be right? Could be this one. And the final one is like, it wouldn't be here, would it? No, probably not, but maybe so. And it depends on where you're, well, that's clear as mud. So here's one, then my second map pick would be like here. And here. And then we're looking at either here or here, right? Because, yeah, I mean, But yeah, the first one, I don't know if I understand, right? But it's like, this is vaguely a square, right? It's not quite a square, but it's got 1, 2, 3 spots, then 1, 2, 3 spots. And then if you blow that up to in here, you do see the rough shape if you apply some imagination. Because then, okay, but if that's the case, then the one spot off thing would imply that it may be maybe the house right next to it? I don't know. Oh god, not that one. Okay. How much closer am I now? We still got the T-junction, but boy, is it looking... It's looking the worse for wear. One completely correct, 2 correct houses. Okay. So the one completely correct we know to be this one. I still don't know the order of them. Because it's like, this one right here, we got one spot over, then here, then left. So one spot over, then left is the way that I'm parsing that. We got no spots over, then right. So there are two places that could be. Could be in here or in here, right? But that wouldn't get us, because then we've got one spot over. Yeah, if we do that, if we do it like that, then, you know, we'd end up here and then bottom, right? Then we'd be like, it's not even any spots over though is the thing. This is aligned. And there's not enough spots for anything past that, so that's not it. I clearly had something when I was stretching the T, but I don't know how. One completely correct, two correct houses. The one completely correct one is the first one, as it were. And I'm guessing that the two correct house, obviously we've got, this is the one completely correct, and this is the second one. This is the correct house, wrong wall. Utopian Sky says, yeah. Because my interpretation of it is that this house is this wall. What you're telling me is that this house isn't this wall, but it's also not this wall. And if it's not either of those two walls, then the only wall that it can be that it makes sense is the only wall that is represented here is the right wall. Which is not, that would be bad. It would be really bad if it's that one. Because if it's that one, then I actually have no idea what I'm doing. Utopian Sky says, the east wall? Yeah, the east wall. Assuming that this is east, which I think is... You said west. Yeah. If it's the east wall, then we've got problems. That's the one, says Utopian Sky. Okay. Well, that is something else. As the angel said to John D., we've got to transpose our souls. We've got to transpose our souls. Because that would imply the only right wall is this wall. If they're the only east wall is this wall, right? If those two are correlated across that gap, then that implies that the other two houses aren't approximate to where I... Because from there, we have to have a series of rotations such that this becomes the east wall. So I'm facing... Okay. Okay, so if I'm facing here, then it becomes my east wall, right? Is this... Okay. Okay. Then that would imply... Well, no. Because then this becomes an east wall. No, if it's facing from, like, anything that turns this into an east wall, so I have to be wrong about that. But then that would make this... Like, I was so certain that I was on sound principles, but if this is an east wall, the only real east wall is here. And the east wall is to the left. Now, if we're oriented this way, right? Then this becomes the west. What becomes the west wall? That becomes the west wall. Like, if we just try a naive rotation, right? Then if this is the west wall, everything is south. Everything is south. And that's not right. We got the west wall by doing the west wall. By just being like, okay, we'll just stretch the cross out and try that. But then there's this. This is the east wall, and that completely dismantles me. This kills the Defers. Because, like, if there was one thing that I thought that this was that this would then correspond to either the south wall or the north wall. But if this corresponds to the west wall, and this corresponds to the east wall? Like, if this... Okay, like, let's say that we got it from pure luck, and we're trying to get from first principles to here, right? That doesn't bring us back that far south. Right? And even then, like, this is on the opposite end, right? And just like here, there's a space, right? So we would assume some kind of symmetry. The most absolutely cursed one would be this. Like, I want to believe that this isn't the case, right? The most absolutely cursed answer would be this wall, and the second most cursed would be this wall. If it's either of those two, then I'm neither. Okay. That's good because that means that I still don't know. That's frustrating, but that's... Yeah, so I just kind of guessed my way to this point. That's the problem. Because, yeah, in theory, it should... If it's neither one of those houses, then I guess, in theory, it could be one of these two houses. Because then... But, yeah, it could be one of those two houses, but I don't think so. And even then, that still doesn't give us much to go off of. The only thing we've got is... The only thing that I've gotten right so far is that this room tells us there are 4 walls that you have to press, one of each direction. I'm gonna guess that that's true, right? There are 4 houses, and each house has a direction of wall that you have to place. The more I look at it, I see a cube rolling. I see a cube rolling. Do you mean a UV map of a cube? Do you mean like a folded cube? Like a folded paper cube? Because I mentioned that last stream, but I couldn't... Utopian Sky says, but it breaks down after the second step. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. A 3-dimensional cube. Does that imply there's more than one wall? There's more than 4 walls? No, that can't be right, right? Is this like... There's a lot of tessellations of a cube, right? There's a lot of ways to unfold a cube by its faces, right? So, like, you could easily do, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Well, no, you need 6 faces. Well, you could do... Yeah, you could do, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's one. Then, of course, there's the classic cross, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? And initially, I was like, ah, that's how you do this. Right? But if you're trying to connect this to this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be another. And the problem that I have there is that we're just... Now, one thing is that you could be like, well, obviously, the floor and the ceiling don't count. The problem being that it's like... Yeah, so then you just have a tessellation of a cube, like... Because it's like... A cube only needs 6 faces, and we've got 25 to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? It's like... If we did this step, it'd be like floor, then like... North wall. Yeah, no, that doesn't work either, right? Utopian Sky says, that's why it's weird. If we're talking about the correct wall being one face of the cube, I see your first map spot being the correct face. Then the cube rolls twice up and twice left, with that face becoming the east wall. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But then, let's say that we roll it, right? Let's say that we roll it this way, right? This becomes the floor, then this becomes the west wall, and this becomes the ceiling. Floor. Yeah. This wall becomes floor, then floor becomes... And even then, how do you get that from here, right? Is this like... We're assuming that this one is first, but that assumes that this corresponds to this. And if it doesn't, then... I don't see what that would mean, right? Unless it's like you roll the cube, right? So the east wall then becomes the right wall? Well, for the east wall to become the right wall, right? If we start from here, which we're assuming for some reason, even though it could in theory be here, right? Then ceiling east wall. But no. Right? That's not what it would be. If it's this one, then it would have to be north wall, but that doesn't make any sense. Utopian Sky says, but it's lost on me to how the third and fourth would be created in the same way. Yeah, and I don't see how you do, like, rotations, right? Utopian Sky says, this is only for the first 2 steps. The correct face would be west, west, down, east. Right? Yep. Would be... West. Alright. Becomes west, west, then down, then east. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, yeah, is this even the right order then? I love how you're staring at the solution. We still don't know the solution, right? Or it's like, yeah, I could plug in the numbers. And even then, that doesn't help us. You know a puzzle is something when even staring at the answer key, it's not clear what leap of association you have to make to get it. And it's like, my big idea was just to, like, grab this, then just overlay it onto here, and we know that this is somewhere around here, but then I just got the right house by sheer dumb luck. The Utopian Sky says, I'm willing to go to step 3 as I'm intensely curious and bad at spelling. I mean, yeah, sure, go for it. It's not going to help. Especially since I don't really have step 4. Like, we could imply a Cartesian grid, right? Which would imply that this is the natural number line. Well, hold on. Because it's like, if we imply a Cartesian grid out of this, then that implies that we're on the y-axis, and this is west. Okay. And then we have another y-axis move. So it's like, yeah. Y-axis move, so it's like, unless, but these aren't in axis. That's the thing. These aren't even close to in axis. Now I could see how this would be y, like, okay. So it's like if we've got x0, then y negative 1. I could see how that turns into y negative 2, and then, like... But I don't see how it turns into y, like... Okay, no. It'd be x negative 2. Alright, so, like... If we start with 0, 0, this is 0, negative 1. If we start with this is 0, 0, this is 0, 1. Right? So we can use either set of Cartesian coordinates to describe it. But I don't see how you transpose either Cartesian coordinate onto this. Right? Because we have to have a Cartesian coordinate that brings us 2 left and 2 up. Right? 2 left and 2 up to get to here, right? 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So like, if we assume that up is this way, then we instantly get yoed off the map trying to find this, right? It's like, if just straight up vertical goes this way, then we end up somewhere out here when we need to do a T, and then somewhere up here when we need to do that, and that's clearly not possible. From step 2, 3 houses east. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, from step 2, 3 houses east. If it's 3 houses east, then I'm going to assume that it's the top one. If it's not the top one, then I don't know what I'm doing. But that was already plainly established. And even if that's the case, it is not, and neither do I. Okay, so we're looking at... this one, and this one, and then, naturally, it should, in theory, be this one, right? Logically. There's only one problem. There's only one problem. We're given a presentation here of these being pairs of horizontal, like, horizontal, horizontal, vertical, vertical, right? But we have so far traversed horizontal, horizontal, vertical, vertical, right? But under what premise? Okay. So we've got one square up was the only thing that got me up to here, right? This has no squares up, which cannot be true. Somehow we're supposed to derive... 2 squares of movement, right? We're supposed to derive 4 squares of movement in total, right? Jesus Christ. Alright, so 1 square and up, then to the east. Okay. Then if we balance from here... we move backwards... facing here... the forward becomes backwards. Okay, so no, that can't be it. So, like... we make 1 step up, then we face east. There's no spaces here, like... 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So I guess you could argue, like... 4 spaces, right? That much at least makes some sense. Can we get from there to there in 4 spaces? Kind of. You can get to it in 3. The problem is I see no rotations, right? Just like... we take 1 step, and then we turn east. Right? And then that somehow brings us to... like, because if we assume, right, 1 step, turn east, how does that help us to relate to any of the other walls? Just for clarity's sake, it's this one, then this one, this one apparently. What happened here? Okay, whatever. This is the only one that I know. Okay. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me that it's this one. Please don't be this one. That's not it, is it? No, okay. I don't even know if that's good. And it's not any adjacent one, is it? Yeah, like it's not one of the ones adjacent to that, right? Because that still keeps the T pattern. Okay. So, good? Nope, good. Good, but also bad. Okay. this one and this one being in line is strange. Right? We got a space here. 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 Okay, but this space here doesn't correspond to... Yeah, Like, these are aligned, but what does that mean? Okay, so, like, this position we got, like, 672, then 7... You don't think that it's, like, some sort of Cartesian coordinate transform, right? But that would be too much. That'd be too much. There's no way. I can't even use these walls to guess houses. Okay, and then what if we use like cube? Okay, what if we go back to cube, right? But we think about it a different way. West, 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 west. Then down east. East. I don't know how that would help though, because then you've got down, west, up, right? So unless these are turns somehow, but then it's like, okay, let's assume we start here. And it's like, okay, let's say it's a cube, right? So the cube starts, to even get here, right? Like, we can't... I might have made a lucky guess based on stretching the cubes. The thing is that it's like, now that this is here, right? Okay. Wait, would it be... No, that... If I guess this must be by luck, right? It isn't this one, is it? It can't be this one. It can't be the top floor of this one, right? Opposite? Wait a minute. What do you mean by opposite? Do you mean bottom? Because that would mean we've got two bottoms here. It's one from the east. North wall from the okay. So it's over here is what you're saying, right? It's this guy? It is the north wall. That I'm not too surprised about. Okay. Well, see, I was gonna make a... If it was this one, I was gonna be like, okay, we still have the T pattern preserved. But we don't have the T pattern preserved. What we have instead is sheer chaos. It's sheer chaos. I got so lucky, and I feel horrible about that. There's nothing about this that makes any sense. Right? Because we tried the UV map. Rape said that our diagram showed promise, so I think that that's accurate, right? I was right about a few fundamental assumptions, which is that the doorways were red herrings. But then everything else I got wrong. And from what I'm hearing from you, there's an order. So it's specifically 1, 2, 3, 4. The Ethiopian Sky says, I haven't tested this in game yet. Maybe we do this and it just kills us. I'm not going to say I disagree. Alright, so let's see. So, wrong house. 1. 2. 3. 4. I hate to say it, but that was the right order. Just like all the others. Okay, so we win in the least whelming way possible, because I cannot explain to you for the life of me how I got this correct. All right? The only thing that even makes a little bit of sense to me is that these two are in axis, but that is on the assumption that they're this. Okay? If it's like 1, 2, okay, 3, 4, that order fits, okay? So it is like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. There's just one problem. These are completely random. So it's like the order is represented as I thought it was. 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. But their spatial distributions are completely scuffed. You get the order from this, like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. But the movement? The schmovement? How? Like, unless there's something that I've missed about the necessary rotations of a cube, right? Whoa, hey, no. Okay. That's fine, probably. Yeah, we're still fine. European Sky says no clue. Me neither. Me neither. I've only gotten one thing right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything else that I've extracted from this is completely, like, arbitrary. Now, if you choose at random, you've got a 1 in 10 million chance of getting it correct. So that you couldn't do that within a human lifetime. If you just knew the order of the walls, right? And that makes it so that it's 25 to the 4th power, which is not much better. Yeah. 25 to the 4th is going to be 390,625. Assuming 1 a minute, that'd take you 6,500 hours. It didn't take Grapes 6,500 hours, but he did say that he figured it out by accident. What does that mean? Yeah, because it's like, if you know the right order, then you just have to pick the right house at random. Right? Well, I mean, you know that no houses are going to repeat, or you can guess that no houses are going to be repeating. So you have a 1... Yeah, you have a 1 in 25 chance of picking the right house. Then a 1 in 24 chance. Then a 1 in 23 chance. Then a 1 in 22 chance. Does that help us substantially? I mean, it's got to help, right? How much does that give us to? 25 by 23 by 22 by 24. I missed 24. 303,000. So that would only take a mere 5,060 hours. I don't think Grapes has had 5,060 hours to do this. So I'm going to assume that that's not it either. There has to be some other information. But what that could be, I don't know. Alright? So, somehow, Grapes may just be that lucky, says the Utopian Sky. Potentially. Accident. Figured it out by accident. So you skip a space and then you do the left. Then, between this and this, the Utopian Sky says, I want Grapes picks for the lotto. I also do as well. Lotto even. Lotto. I just assumed you were doing a bit. I assumed it was like a bit. Like that was just a fancy way of saying it. The lottery. But, yeah, no. This map has completely flummoxed me. Okay. So while you've got UDB up, does the solution of this pillar involve this left line def right here? And this upper line def right here? It can't. It can't, but I want to believe. I am fully at the point. The Utopian Sky says, I don't want to give anything away, but you're onto something. Yeah, I get what you're saying. The problem is that I have to have them. Yeah. We're down to this. This is oof. I do love the fact that this one is so strong that even with Ultimate Doom Builder at your disposal, you don't You don't feel like you've solved anything. Because the problem I have is that there's also a lined F here, right? In fact, there's a lined F right here. And I don't know what the fresh hell that lined F does. We're even ignoring this because we know it exists, and I can think of what you might need to do with it. But the Utopian Sky says, I've solved the voodoo closet, which is essentially reading the scripting. Yeah. And even then, it took work. Yeah, here's this whole thing. I don't know what's going on in these rooms. I thought I knew, but I don't know. Utopian Sky says red things. Yes. Yes, that's something. So yeah, it'd be like this guy and this guy. The only problem is I have no idea how that relates to those line defs, right? Because it's like I've set it up. Right? Like, I don't... Like... Because there's a few ways to think about it. This shape isn't set up, and then there's this shape, and this shape, right? So I don't know whether to think of this as a dial indicator over to this, or if it is its own direction, right? If it's its own direction, then, like, I'd want to, like... Christ, I'm confused. Okay. Let's take this left up one, for example. I want to go in from here, then out from here. Potentially. Okay, yeah, sure. We can try that. Why not? I hope going into this place doesn't matter. But yeah. God, I hate this entrance to this place. It's the worst one running. Easy. The Utopian Sky says, oh, well, that solution is clearly marked from a certain point of view. Kind of surprised by that. Yeah, kind of, from a certain point of view. The hard part isn't that, it's the hermeneutics. It's the interpretation. I don't even know where I am anymore. Utopian Sky says, this map needs one of those My House mechanics breakdowns. I wouldn't be surprised if that's, like... That's actually the case, actually. That sounds... That sounds accurate. Because, yeah, the main thing is that these puzzles... Well, that's the thing. I can't even say. I can't even say, because I only understood... Like, I only ended up correctly interpreting exactly one thing out of all this, you know? Okay, but I need you not to do that. I need you to don't do that. Okay. Because, let's see. We're going for... left up, right? So if we're doing left up, and let's just, come on, turn off. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. So, left, then up. At least in theory. Okay. Alright. Now, at least in theory, if our understanding is correct, our understanding is not correct. Absolutely sick. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one. So yeah, the hermeneutics, like I said, are the real difficulty. It could also be the case because these don't turn on or off. Right? Like I've tried doing right up for this one. Like just go in from here, then come out through here. That didn't work. I tried right up from this one. That didn't work. Tried right up from this one. That didn't work. I don't know. I just straight up don't know. Right? We got these portal line defs. We got these. We got open and close line defs. We got a lot going on here. European Sky says, the ones in front of the treasure room? I missed where you were pointing. Yeah, these guys in front of the treasure room, right? So left up, right? I've tried interpreting that as left up. I haven't tried left up yet, but I did try right up for this one. That didn't do it. The Ethiopian Sky says, those goes off and the door opens when you solve the next bit. The next bit? Those go off. The next bit. Solve the next bit. But what does that mean? Solve the next bit. I don't even know what bit there is to solve. This is every single one of these is a two-parter. Every single one of these has a color attached to it. Every single one of these has a color or a set of instructions attached to it. And then, yeah. Only these ones in here turn on and off. And there are two ways to interpret that, right? Where it's like, so far, I've only been able to keep one on at a time. I think. I don't even know. Just for the sake of speeds. What the fresh? No, you are not the right way. Just for the sake of speed. Right? Okay. Like speed, right? We do that. We do that. Hell, can we even do this? Okay. So as I thought, you can only have two of these open at a time. Which makes sense. But those two don't correspond with these. Because right now, in theory, we should be able to just id clip over, right? In theory, if this is correct, which I know that it's not, but if it were, we can just swoosh right over and collect our winnings. But we can't. So it isn't that. It isn't that simple. This will still kill me, right? To the surprise of nobody. So you can have two of these on at a time, which takes a lot of work to confirm manually, but I did confirm it, and then I reconfirmed it with a clip. You can do that. Will it help you? No. No, not the way you think. Okay, and then if we id clip through over here, right? Alright, and when we id clip over, one of these gets turned off. One of these gets turned off, right? Okay, but if we go back and id clip yet again, the other one also gets turned off. So it's like it's like some kind of Turing machine with a limited number of issues, or a limited number of inputs. Okay? And the inputs is 2. So like in theory, if we just go left up, it should work. I know that it's not going to, but we're going to try that anyways. Just because, what else are you going to do? Left up. Up. So that's not how that works. Yeah, that's not how that works. I think I throw in the towel. I think this one might be the one map that I can't beat. I don't know what's going on. Because it's like, you can set them off the easy way over and over again and nothing happens. You can set them off in alternations and nothing happens. You can interpret these as these and that doesn't help. The only thing that I can imagine is if you trace your way through, but this maze is designed so that you can come out of any exit. And if you can come out of any exit from any position, then there's no strict correspondence between these inner spikes and these outer spikes. You can go to any exit from any one, and it'll be fine. And I've done it. But that's not enough. And that I don't know what is. Because so far, every single time that I've tried, I've had to, yeah. I've had to do that. And then there's obviously this. That's where the invulns are. And I bet you that what you do is that you grab the invulns last, and then you have 30 seconds to get to the center, and then to hit the crusher, and then to survive that. I bet you that's how that works. I believe that. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. So my hypothesis is that the secondary puzzle part, you use the Rorbs, the armor, and the night vision to go in here and solve whatever's going on in these 3. And once you've done that, you can activate this. And once you've done that, you can sprint to the crusher, activate this, and live. I think that's how this works. The only thing that I don't understand, aside from this puzzle, which yeah, that's done, and this puzzle, which I figured out fairly effectively, but this one, man, I don't know, because I understand how you derive the order from that, but other than that, like, I don't know. The Ethiopian Sky says the order is given, sort of. I mean, the order is sort of given, yeah, but I assume you're talking about the arrows, right? Yeah, because it's like, if we're talking about the house thing, then yeah. Left, right, down, up. That ended up being correct. It's just left, right, down, up, and I have no idea how you figure that out. That's the part that's the part where I'm like, yeah, I don't see how you get the houses from there. But if you're talking about this, then it's like, yeah, you have to do something with these arrows. You have to do something with these arrows, and you have to do something with the cells. And there are teleports out of this. There are teleports around this maze, like, right? The teleports are here. Zoom in, goddamn you. Here. Ethiopian Sky says, so from the compass you start with the left path, the west path. Sure. I feel you there. And then presumably you go to the north path. But that's not it. Assuming we're talking about this guy, right? So you start with the west path, and then you exit out the north path, and then that doesn't do it, because we just did that. Ethiopian Sky asks, spoiler, go for it. I'm not kidding. I've hit my limit, I'm afraid. I haven't sussed out the failing mechanic wholly, but from what I have sorted out, you go west to the west arrow, then start from the north arrow and go back to the compass. Oh, man, okay. You know what? Sure. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, but then what about this one? Do you start at the north and exit... Well... Do you start north, then do east? do you start east and then end and then do west for these ones? I never would have thought to double it up like that. Okay. Alright, so it's simple as simple can be. You just gotta get out from here to here. Not easy doing this way, but this way I believe it's fast. Yeah, I believe all you have to do is go here. Not quite. Okay. This map is harrowing, by the way. If you couldn't tell, this map is harrowing. Utopian Sky says, indeed, Poog 29 energy for days. But people keep wanting me to play Poogers, and they... Lexithymie says, who made this nightmare? Psyonox. This one is... For something so meditative, there's just something about it that just starts boring a hole into you. I have non-zero odds of just... Yeah, there's non-zero odds. This does nothing for me. We won't know till we get there. Cyanox is a particularly active challenge mapper I've seen. I guess so far I've gotten off lucky that I haven't played one of his maps. But from what I hear, most of them are just about different things than this. Yeah. This is not the exit. This is the worst one of them all. The specific one. Utopian Sky says, Cyanox's map in Death by 1000 Lines was dodging cyber rockets while doing invisible platforming. Yeah, that sounds like it would just drive me up a wall. I know what I'm about, and I'm not about that. Okay. Utopian Sky says, I watched someone beat it. It was an experience. Oh, I bet. I bet. I believe you when you say that. I'm in misery with this one. I don't know what it is about the northern one that I can't. This is why I want to be able to draw on maps so bad. But, no dice. No goddamn dice. Whatever, I'll walk the spiral path. I'll walk the path of Spiral Ham. I don't give a damn. I'll crash out. Ah. Okay, so the good news is the line def is on the right side of that thing, so we'll be okay. Probably. We'll be okay just passing by. It's just if you don't know efficient routing through this thing, it takes more time. Alright. Alright. Well, we did it. Apparently. Maybe not, because that's not lit anymore. That's not lit anymore. Some failure mechanic was activated. This probably won't work. Unless the idea is that you're supposed to just go out of the west arrow one more time. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Especially because you can only get out of here one way, you know? Nope, that did it. It doesn't look like it did it, but it did do it. Okay, hooray. Alright. Guess the only question now is if I go through here. Oh, it's off. It's off? It's off. Okay, this one's just off now, forever. Okay. Well, with up being off, right? European Sky says, I guess that means the houses part is done. Yeah, I guess it does. Okay, but then we've got up and left, right? Or up and right. So I guess we can try up and right. Or we could try, yeah, left and right, or right and left. I can't tell which is which. This seems to be order dependent, right? Okay. European Sky says, I kind of want the solution to all this to be randomized. I mean, yeah. Someone will make that someday. That day isn't today, but someone will. Okay. East and west. European Sky says, since this is still RC phase, it's a hopeful addition. I don't know if you would do it for just like this one. Because at the end of the day, ALIZARIN does have a fairly restrained color palette compared to what you could be doing. What you could be doing is inflicting, like, atomic levels of human pain. And the way you do that is by making a, like, clown vomit type of palette. I don't think this is the project for it. Like, you need some insane, like, I can't give you anything sequel palette going on before you're ready. Before you're well and truly ready for it, you know? Like, you need the colors to be changing constantly. You need to make it so that people with photosensitivity will simply die if they hear about this map. Hey, okay. So that's how that works now. People with photosensitivity will just be... The Utopian Sky says there may be another Fire Rainbow next year. I mean, killing the bitrate is a courtesy, right? Killing the bitrate at that point is just like... It's just what you do to be polite, right? Okay, the next one is upright. Okay. Hello? Call me insane, but this one doesn't seem to be working. Utopian Sky says, I always find it fascinating that the player's streamer has a completely different experience than anyone watching. This much is true. Oh my god, what's going on? Did I just completely... Yeah, I think I just completely lost it for a second there. Okay. Okay, up. Easier said than done. Up and the consequences of. Because up is a real bastard to get to. I think the easiest way is to go all the way to the right and then... But all the way to the right isn't easy either, you know? No. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Up. Alright. And to the right. Hope I know what I'm goddamn doing. Spoiler alert, I know. Nope. I don't. This little bit in particular is especially brutal, but I think it's just as simple as this. And they're all shut down. They're all shut down. The Utopian Sky says, worst case scenario, I guess there'd be a tripwire you have to avoid via teleports. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's set up for that. It could do that if it wanted to. I don't take for granted the fact that Psyonox did not go that route. This is already a combinatorial nightmare. The only real question is, how aggressively can you do code obfuscation using... Can you code obfuscate with Voodoo Doll scripting? Like, that's the only thing that's left. Nobody... Voodoo scripting is Turing complete. Doom is Turing complete, so you can run Doom on Doom with enough Voodoo Dolls. The real question becomes... You know, how much... Okay. Actually, let me save here. You know? Utopian Sky says, you can ruin Doom and Doom by the original DOS executable. Probably. So that's the McGarmer. Utopian Sky says, it's called Ace Engine. I actually sent a DM to the Ace Engine creator the other day. I read the whole thread. Okay. There's the supercharge. Our good friend Rorb, here to pick up our spirits after the absolute shellacking that we've received. Utopian Sky says, did you see the video? Yes. If we're talking about the same one where the vanilla Doom executable is running room over room, has multiple weapons, colored lighting. I did see that one. I thought it was very good. Okay. Here it comes. Red revealed. Yeah, I bet for a little bit. Ah, that's why it's dark. Okay. We got a spammer, but we can't do anything about that right now. Utopian Sky says, yeah, awesome stuff. I saw a video a long time ago and hadn't kept up with Ace. Apparently it allows for decorate and such. It does indeed. You're not wrong about that. Okay. Well, red revealed. Let's do it. What? Okay. We're here. We've got the kit to survive. We won't be in very good shape. What the fresh hell is this? The Utopian Sky says, answers in the question? Oh, you ain't wrong. Oh, you are not wrong. Hello. I found you. That one's a real fake. Alright, Mission Control, do we have any... The Utopian Sky says, this is one of the worst moments for bitrate in ALIZARIN history. I'm impressed. Do we have any... What's even the point? Like, now that I know that the entire ceiling is a crusher, like, what... I've got nothing on this one. What is this, a QR code? It's not a QR code, but what? What? What do you got on this one, dude? Because, ooh. We got radial symmetry at the center, and we got like longitudinal symmetry, except for certain dots on the outside. Specifically, I don't know, it's European Sky says fresh eyes. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this one. Like, there's one thing that breaks the symmetry that I see, the radial symmetry that I see, and I don't know if that means anything or anything like that. It's just this. We've got this, and then we've got this. And I don't... What am I supposed to do with that? Trying the thing I know won't work from experience. Yeah, what does your UDB vision see? I see nothing but red and the consequences of. I don't know. The Utopian Sky says, is this the west one? Yeah. Yeah. We're in the west. Anyways, while I've got a chance, let's just permaban this. Okay, there we go. Yeah. The Utopian Sky says, well, in Tolkien, this would be the end of the road, I guess. I'm a little confused by what you mean by that. Into the west? Oh, I see. So like the elf zone. That's what Tolkien called it, right? The elf zone. I think that's what he called it. If I had to guess. Utopian Sky says, I don't know, still trying to see what this does. Much respect. I guess we're going to discover code obfuscation in Voodoo Doll scripting if we keep at this. We've hit the 4-hour mark on the stream, everybody. I appreciate all of you who are watching. I've had to create so many Pepe Sylvia diagrams and searches and stuff to try and discover all this that I haven't even kept up with the view count, which is just as well. Like, I assume that this might lower someday. That seems like a feasible prognosis. But in this one, there is absolutely no sense from, no sense from Cyanox that any further explanation is required. The only thing that I can tell you is that right here in the northeast corner, there's one that you can't press. Everything is more or less symmetric in the first ring. Not quite. There's this, no, okay. This one isn't symmetric. The position to the south is not symmetric. My immediate nightmare scenario is that each one of these three arenas affects the others. That would do it. That would do something, wouldn't it? As usual, I suspect there's an order, because if there wasn't an order, you would just be able to do this by process of elimination. The last one would have required 10 million tries. Oh, yeah, 10,000, then, yeah, then a million, yeah. 10 million or 100 million, I can't do the math. No, it's good, because 100 times 100 is just 10,000. And 10,000 times, yeah, 10,000 times 100 is just going to be 100,000 times 10, which is a million. And then a million times 100 is going to be 100 million. Doom World's popping off. Dedopian says, can I whisper this to you? I don't a spoiler for all this in one source. Sure, you know what? I don't know what you mean by whispering, if that's a Twitch thing. But, you know. Assuming that is a Twitch thing, which I assume it is. Don't worry, every week the VOD gets deleted. But also... Wait, maybe that's what happened in Doom World. I have 2 bells. Okay, no, both of them are about serious stuff. But yeah, I don't know if Twitch has the whisper function. But then again, it's also the case that, you know... But yeah... Dude, Opium Sky says, I did something weird to my browser somehow. Be a sec. No worries. Things happen. Indeed, Opium Sky says, are you on Whispers? Or you have Whispers blocked, and are you on Discord? I am on Discord, but I don't know why Whispers would be blocked. I didn't do that on purpose. What happened? How do I fix that? Account settings, perhaps? Let's hope I don't tank the stream. Profile settings, bio, Prime perks, notifications perhaps? On Twitch, by email, connections. No, don't, none of this. Alright, cool. Yeah, I don't know how to get Whispers to go, so that'll be a new thing. But yes, I am on Discord. I am indeed on Discord. Okay. When watching stream, it's a comment box at the top right left of the bits icon. The top right, left of the bits icon. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's... Huh. Chat settings, perhaps. Ah! Deleted messages brief, scroll only, chat appearance, channel modes, combos, view unban requests, no. Clear chat. What the fresh hell? Huh. Yeah, there's nothing on chat settings to allow for whispers. What is that about? Bizarre. The gear there has the do not disturb and whatnot. What Doom Discords are you on? The Brutal Doom Discord and the Secreta Lounge. Not Brutal Doom, Project Brutality, sorry. Huh. Show mod icons. Those are both Jeezy Doom, so I might not be, Alright, hooray. Okay. Not David X. Newton, but... Hey, did that work? Did I figure it out? Did I get the code? Did I toss you the Discord friend request? Did I do the great reversal? Or is there like a secret Discord Dedopian Sky? Because that's another... This is a weird way to discover you have a secret doppelganger. But no, not David X. Newton. We've done it. We've begun. Oh, we were in the Deadlock Discord together. Yeah, why didn't we think of the Deadlock Discord? That's practically a Doom Discord as it is. Every fifth person I meet is on the Deadlock Discord. I'm mutuals with half of Discord because of that thing. Okay. The Utopian Sky says, I played that game for maybe 45 minutes. Alright. So I've learned the awful truth here. I've learned the awful truth here, but I don't know what to do with that information. If that's the case... Okay, because now here's the thing, Dedopian Sky. How do I act on this information in a way that doesn't reveal the secret? I don't know if we thought this through, right? Because it's like... If what you're saying is the case, I have no reason to believe that it isn't, then I would, what I would end up doing would give the game away. The Utopian Sky says, this is part of a multi-part puzzle. Okay. Okay. So that's one part of it. According to Grapes, you can't soft lock yourself. So wait, let me just type on Discord what I... Huh. Okay. Alright, I think I see what I need to do. Okay. I see what I understand. Oh god, I'm gonna kill myself by accident. Okay. Maybe I got it right. Maybe I didn't. God damn, I screwed myself up directionally. But yeah, we've got something. Okay. I think we'll be okay. Why am I... What the hell happened here? Okay. I feel like I must have beefed it real hard there, but, I don't know. Am I hurting myself by just trying to... Okay, we're back here again. Except instead of here, it's here. Okay. Alright. Per Deedopian's further request, I shall conceal any knowledge that needs to be concealed from here on out. I think it's only fair, in its own strange way. But yeah. Here's the armor room. Okay. Right. So the armor was over here, if that helps. Does that help? Hmm. Okay. I see. Yeah, we're gonna pull up the conspiracy board. Well, the good news is I'm still as clueless as I ever was. I'm as clueless as I ever was, now that I'm on, yeah, Yep. I have nothing to say to that except my idea of the correctness is still as incorrect as it's ever been. So that's cool. Ever since the house puzzle, it's just been downhill from here for old Defers' ideas of what works and what does not work. Like, suffice me to say, I ain't know it. Oof. I ain't know me. I ain't know myself nor me. Nor this me which is myself. Wow. That one was the more unexpected of the ones that I've seen. As usual, it showed me that I have no goddamn idea what I'm doing. So yeah, if there's any rhyme or reason to any of this, I guarantee you I have only penetrated the outermost layer of it. The first two puzzles, if that. Everything past that has been... I almost got it right with the compass stuff. I had the right idea with the compass stuff, but everything past that, just straight up botch job. Fascinatingly so. I am truly at a loss for words. Okay, okay. Well, that'll be rough, but potentially surmountable, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, as per Deet's request, Deedopian Sky's request, we're just gonna pull this one up. Alright. And then... Okay. Ah, I still have to do certain things. All right. Let's see what I gotta do here. Okay. I see, okay. And that's it. Potentially, anyways. Alright. Now the hard part is getting out of here alive. Hey, we did that. Alright. Cool. Doom guy a little bit worse for wear. But we locked in. And yeah. Suffice it to say, certain preliminary guesses I made were correct. But, you know, I can't exactly get the glory for figuring out how the map worked when I needed so much help to get through the puzzles. Utopian Sky says, this is some masterful stuff. A bit of randomization in the right way, and even someone cheating couldn't sort this out in the slightest. It really is. The only question I have, right, is, like, how much of it was that I was blind, and how much of it was that something was, you know, like, how much of the solution was actually encoded in the problem, and how much of it was just the way that it was? I don't know. Because you can't beat these by just random... You cannot beat these by brute force. They are built to not do that. They don't permit that. This, in fact, does not permit that. If I did this correctly, which it's not clear that I did, then the big ol' Utopian Sky says, Cyanox is often intentionally cruel. And that's the interesting part to me, because it's like, you never know what component of necessary brute force is implicit in these, you know? Like, I can't discern. Oh, cool. I've got some good news, Utopian Sky. Somehow I've messed up the instructions. Oh, I see how I've messed up the instructions. Okay, well, the good news is this is pretty easy to fix. The bad news is, goddamn. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, this map is operating at what I would respectfully call a kingdom level above human. It is, woof. It is spicy in the most interesting way. Alright. Okay. Don't mind that. Okay, yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Don't mind that. Alright. We're in somewhere. We're somewhere in Nevada. Okay. Okay. So at least in theory, that ought to do it. In practice, maybe not so much. The Ethiopian Sky says on a bullet train to Iowa. Or summit like it. Yeah. Alright, let's see if I figured it out. Okay. Well, that's even weirder than normal, because it took some time to happen. Okay. So from here on out, we need to figure out the fastest way. Okay, yeah, sure. That should be okay. Okay. At least in theory, we should be able to get out. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. So it'll be the second left, huh? Yoop. Alright. And then yoop. Okay. We only have so long. Okay. And that is Red and the Consequences of. Oh my gosh. The Ethiopian Sky says GG. I mean, kind of. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Let's say that the game, it wasn't a bad game. It wasn't BG. I didn't like, I cheated. I looked for outside help. Ultimate Doom Builder was involved. Multiple people had to work together. We still don't understand the puzzles, but we technically finished the map after 4 hours of trying. Yeah. I can't even say I beat this one, but I can say, I mean, I appreciate your help, Ethiopian Sky. GG's on you. You did a great job helping me out. I appreciate it. Like, legitimately, that was something else. Whew. But yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I'd like to thank all of you from all the various interfaith denominations that came together today to watch this and to bear witness to what might well be one of the hardest Doom maps ever made. I think that's probably harder than Occuplock in a sense. The problem is, right, when you compare puzzle maps, once you know the solutions, that's it. That's it. And to be fair, that's Yeah, that's kind of sad. I appreciate that Dedopian Sky made it so that it's not just one stream. And to be fair, you have to sit through 10 hours of VODs if you want to know one half of the solution. And even there, it so hopefully the magic will stay. The magic will stay. That is all I can hope. And at the end of the day, we covered it up as best as we could because it's just right. It is just right that the finale, at least, of it should perhaps remain unknown to the ages for a while longer. I have every confidence that with Doomwiki's upload schedule, perhaps the secret will remain. Perhaps the secret will remain, and I will not have done a bad thing, but instead only a good thing. But yeah, that was at the heart of one of the most interesting and hostile, but in a good way, WADs that I've ever played. Was perhaps one of the most interesting and hostile, but in a good way, maps that I've ever played. I am still reeling at the mystery of this one, and I will be thinking about this room, this goddamn room in the houses puzzle, for years, probably. Frankly, I will be thinking about the corner rooms for at least as long. I don't understand them. The Cyanox is an interesting mapper to use to create a map like this because his reputation for cruelty doesn't preclude the possibility of brute force being an issue. The only real question is how much, right? Like, I understood the maze implicitly. That one was probably the easiest for me, and the second easiest after that was the Lost Soul herding puzzle, which was objectively the easiest, but the Lost Soul's a little bit of a he's a little bit of a little prick. He likes to screw you over. He likes to ruin everything. And Dedopian Sky says, yeah, that's why I adore randomization. If you weren't open to help, I would not force it. I watched Nick play Poogers29 for a whole week of streams. It's not something that's staring me in the face, and a lot of times when I'm somehow even on a subconscious level of the intention, I can suss it out. Yeah, this one's something else. And I like combinatorics. I like cryptography. I'm no good at them. I won't be out here saying that. But like, I don't know. You could talk to me about like discrete cosine transforms and like atypography as potential vectors for the maps that are in the static zone. The house puzzle is potentially just altogether beyond me. Um, yeah, there are so many little details, so many little things where it's like I won't ever know. And we have the tools to make sure that nobody ever knows. At least not without like yeah. Yeah, I mean randomization could be an interesting way to do code obfuscation or script. Like even if there's a specific rationale, you could randomize certain things such that they're random in the same way every time, and maybe you could encode it that way. But even then, yeah, I don't know because it doesn't feel completely random. But obviously my logic didn't take us all the way there. Everything that I worked, everything that I built up only took us from a 1 in 100 million chance to a 1 in 309,000 chance, which isn't enough to explain the distinction. European Sky says, Dietz does some next level stuff in a different way. It's fascinating to contemplate. Whew. Anyways, yeah, I think that'll be it from me tonight. Yeah. European Sky says, this is definitely on a comparable level of difficult. Easily, I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know how long it would have taken me to beat it legit, and perhaps I would have spent even longer on this, but you know, I did have plans. I did have plans. Alizarin was already kind of bumping things out of alignment for me. I was actually going to do a non-Doom sequences of streams next week, so I didn't want to brush it off. I wanted to give it the time that it deserved, but I don't know that I could have spent just another week on this one. Yeah, next week will be a set of non-Doom streams for a little bit, and then we'll be back. I mean, I can't stay away from Doom for too long during CAC Award season, and it's getting close now. So, yeah. Utopian Sky says, even if you're cheating with id-DT, there are some caltrips there, but fewer than I expected, but so many other red herrings and misdirections are baked in it more than makes up for it. Yeah. Yeah, like, just the Death Crusher hallway, right? In theory, you could escape with only a Blorb or only the Mega Armor. But to do that, you still need to do the Compass Tricks. And the Compass Tricks was a pretty fair, like, yeah, that was just a pretty straight up misdirection. The obvious solutions don't work. The less obvious solution, once you just figure out the less obvious solution, it's kind of a straight shot, but you need to get over that hurdle. And then there's just the ones that you don't even get. And yeah, it was a fairly apocalyptic ramp up in difficulty, because it's like Lost Soul hurting easy if the numbers show up, which that was another bizarre thing, right? The first time I tried that, the numbers didn't show up, and it was basically impossible at that point, right? Then after that was the maze that is not a maze. If you treat it like a maze, you will almost never get out. Like, you would have to just pen and paper it for hours. If you just use the auto map, then it's possible, but rough. And then there's the houses one. Absolute like falling metal pipe.mp3 on that one. And then the one that goes even further than that. Those ones I have no indication whatsoever of what the difficulty could even be. Those rooms could still interrelate to one another, not using UDB stuff. It could be that the real answer has to do with some manipulation of those three in some combinatoric fashion. We don't know. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll be next week. I'll be doing Diamond Blades, the new Strumon game. We love our Divine Cybermancy in this house, and the fact that the iDevs came back to that setting is going to be something. Utopian Sky says, that song I sent on Discord accurately described the perspective, in my opinion, from the viewer's perspective at least. I'll be looking at that. I just don't want to get VOD muted. I'll let you know what I think. Till then, everybody, stay safe out there, and I'll see you around. Have a good weekend, and bye-bye now.